All right. Good morning, guys. What do we got going on today? Randall?
According to source familiar with the matter, the US wants Ukraine to sign two additional documents as well as the minerals deal, and Kiev thinks it needs more work. This is something that was about the two additional documents. It was mentioned earlier on. It's getting a bit more of a wider narration here.
I'm a bit worried that we're topping out here. There's not a great short up until we can get below ETH low, though. But we've basically just reverted to our 15-minute VWAPs.
China lifts sanctions against European Parliament members.
I'm just going to give this a minute to figure out what it wants to do, but there is a high probability that This like 360, 380 area on NQ is going to be hard resistance into our previous day value low. All this up here is just going to be rough, I think. All up in this. But I'm gonna give it a minute, see what happens. Clean this up a bit. Just pay attention all here in this 80. I'm very worried that if this can't flip, that then we top out here and then head back down to like 290.
Energy Secretary Rollins says sugar tariff rates are to be determined.
Except that with me.
Rollins on tariffs says everything is on the table. So Rollins speaking to reporters. Nasdaq 100 pairs declined to 1.4%, reaching session high. UK 2-year yields fall 4 basis points to about 3.8%, the lowest since September.
A little bit two-sided here at 360. Offer trying to step down, but it's not happening yet. Could still go either way. You want to see a bit more selling pressure if this is going to rotate below. Right now, it just kind of looks like bid is trying to step up. A little too, again, like just two-sided for me right now. We're at our pivot, it's holding, right, but we're not seeing much initiative to push down as of yet. I think we probably are going to need to wait for Russell to lose momentum if it was going to go down. If it keeps going up, we're probably going to have to wait until RTY gets into day open at 950.6 before we see that lost momentum. So again, just keep an eye as Russell comes up into these highs, and we'll see if this acts as a topping. I'll be much more bullish on this price action once we see RTY showing interest above this. watching to see if this Russell move can hold at our 380. We can tag below 360 if this rotation down like so. Or if this is going to flip supportive with RTY holding these higher lows, and then we just continue on our way upside to like 415. The idea, again, is we'd either want to see a push below our value low of this candle, or a push into the supply above. And it's just going to be relying on if RTY is going to continue this momentum or not. Because if it does, then there's no real reason to stop us. So that's all. That's all I'm watching here.
S&P 500 trims intraday loss to 1% as index tops about 5,500.
'80s trying to rebid. Again, as long as RTY is moving up, we should be all right. Bid is trying to stack at 380. Your first target should be into this like 415, 420, just into the supply above here on footprint, as well as our previous day value low. Just this edge. See if RTY can hold above for this rotation up. Mount 1 at 405. Fifteen seconds till new 15-minute candles. New 15s. POC from previous candles sitting at 75 to 80. Just watch to see if that'll stay bid. We need to see a very clear pushback below 360 and then offer for a rotation down, or this is just going to be where our buyers attempt as we rotate into this again.
So just a reminder, at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expected to hear from Bank of England's Lombardelli, speaking of the launch of central bank's new economics teacher training partnership with Manchester University. No text is to be expected, and it's just invited media only, so there's not going to be any live video for it.
Into our 405 again. See if we can look above follow pathing. Russell's still leading up. As long as that's continuing, there's not really a good argument to be made to
So
short.
reminder with Trump, he's expected to hold his cabinet meeting. Video hasn't begun, the meeting hasn't begun. We'll find a video and post it out on the feed for you if we do find one.
So this is our previous day value low on NQ. And again, just first target. This is our known supply on footprint. And turn off drawings just so you can see it again. We're just tagging into it and eating it up. What we need to see is this either going to hold offer and then push below the 60 to 80 or rotations back down to our mean here? Or can we flip this previous day value low, make it supportive, and then rotate through yesterday's value, right? So if we can start to build above this edge here at this like 405, 420 area and make it supportive, we can look up for upside up into this 540, 560, right, for previous day POC. If we can recover our value low edge, then we can rotate through yesterday's value. But we need to show interest above this supply, and then we can rotate into that. Until then, right? So just a good first risk off if you are in a position off of the 80 hold. But again, we got to build above this and show interest.
So also a reminder as well, at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, ECB's Villeroy speaking in Paris. Speaking at a conference in Paris, no indication of whether text or Q&A is to be expected.
Russell leading up again. Again, as long as that's holding higher lows and continuing trend up, it's going to be really rough for you to try to attempt a short before that break of structure. Save yourself the trouble. Now let's see if we can build above here following our pathing.
So heads up, we do have the video of where Trump's cabinet meeting is supposed to be held. Still hasn't begun yet, but of course we'll keep you updated if it does. But if you do play the video, then of course they'll switch to the live feed, hopefully, pretty soon.
Hopefully.
So reminder them with those at the cabinet meeting, you've got Musk, RFK Jr., and Tulsi Gabbard, who was supposed to be there.
Holy trifecta. Liquidity is really starting to pull away. Just be careful, guys. Back to our 60 to 80 pivot here on NQ as Russell retests our 30-second opening range and previous high. We'll watch to see if a bid happens here or if we can flip it. This is just POC of previous candle, so no change. Just a pullback on Russell. As soon as we lost momentum, we saw a lost momentum on NQ as well. Again, we're watching to see if this is going to be able to hold, then we can start to build above, same as before, or if this is going to flip and then a rotation down to our value edge needs to occur first. For Russell, just keeping an eye on this previous high edge, seeing if we can hold here, get us back above, or if this is going to start to rotate down. Again, this is just POC, a previous candle here. Our value low of this candle is at this like 58.60. So as we approach into this, we just want to see if the bid is going to be able to maintain here or if it's going to flip back below. Need to find RTY low. A great first risk off as we push into 405 here. If you are playing off of our 380 with our Russell bounce at 955, we need to see a very clear look over this node, or this is going to be where we see our lower high form, right? So just keep an eye on this. This is where we need to see that push above, or RTY is going to put in a lower high here. This is our pivot on NQ as well. So if you are playing off of R80, no change in our levels, but we do need to see this flip above and see an RTY continuation. We're going to get more. Regardless, still a pretty solid amount of points here. $15 seconds till new 15-minute candles. New 15's opening now. Russell's still struggling at this node, but maintaining higher lows as of right now. NQ still just holding here. Sell side at this like 425. It's like either we flip back below 405 or we push back over this 425 and start to build. Not a ton here. Until we get the decision from Russell. RTY trying above our node. Retesting our highs here, RTY. NQ still holding our 25 offer.
Airbus reiterates fiscal year goals and says tariffs add complexity. Heads up, Trump currently speaking to reporters at cabinet meeting. The video in the feed hasn't started yet or shown him speaking yet, but we'll try and find a different video.
Nope, it just started.
The video is showing the live feed now.
God, the audio in this video is so harsh.
Trump says numbers today reflect Biden, not me. Trump says, I was very against everything Biden did on the economy. Trump says core GDP was up, despite distortions. Trump praising GDP investment. So Trump praising gross domestic investment. Trump says it takes a while to get domestic facilities built. Trump says investment in the US includes chip and car companies. Trump and Lutnick praise TSMC investment in Arizona. According to sources familiar with the knowledge of discussions, Saudi Arabian officials in recent weeks have briefed allies, industry experts, that the kingdom can sustain prolonged period of low prices, as according to 5 sources familiar with the knowledge of discussions. Keep an eye on oil, seeing movement towards the downside here again. Saudi Arabian officials in recent weeks have briefed allies and industry experts that the kingdom can sustain prolonged period of low prices, according to 5 sources familiar with the knowledge of discussions. There's further detail into this here. Saudi Arabian officials are briefing allies and industry experts to say the kingdom is unwilling to prop up the oil market with further supply cuts and can handle a prolonged period of low prices, according to 5 sources familiar with the knowledge of discussions. This possible shift in Saudi policy could suggest a move toward producing more and expanding its market share, a major change after 5 years spent balancing the market through deep output as a leader of the OPEC Plus group of oil producers. Those cuts supported prices and in turn bolstering the oil export revenue that many oil producers rely on. So the Saudi government's communication office hasn't responded on it. Trump says tariffs haven't kicked in yet. And we know China is doing very poorly right now. Trump says, saddened to hear China is getting absolutely hammered. Trump says, it's Trump just citing cargo shipping decline from China. And at a certain point, I hope for a deal with China. And I hope we will make a deal with China and we're talking to them. Fairness with China includes IP, and I don't want China's product unless they're fair. Trump says, I want China to do well. I want every nation to do well. So just going back to the oil news, further detailed into this, that Riyadh has been angered by Kazakhstan and Iraq producing above their OPEC plus targets, is what the sources said. And the group establishes those targets to keep supply and demand balanced in oil markets. So probably that headline as a in as a bit of anger then in regards to Iraq and Kazakhstan producing above the OPEC plus targets and frustration. WTI is seeing further moves towards the downside. Off of the back of that headline, but Saudi Arabian officials in recent weeks have briefed allies and industry experts that the kingdom can sustain a prolonged period of low prices, according to 5 sources familiar with the knowledge of discussions.
We are here. We are trying to see if the bid will step up here at this 420, 425. If it can, and Russell can breach this high, we should be able to continue onward. If we fail, this is just going to be a offside buyer at the top of our range.
Getting wider
May look for a rotation spec through. So note that our value high of previous candle is at this 425. We are looking to see if we can hold that and see if this bid can maintain here. If so, we should be able to trade up into this offer above, sitting at 480. So just watching, see what happens. Again, we are just seeing if this bid here can maintain from our previous candle, or if this flips back through.
XF says Golden Dome is well underway. Lennox says sovereign wealth funds want to invest in the US. WTI falling to a fresh intraday low below $59 a barrel. Lennox says farmer knows they have to come home. Lennox says tariff revenue coming in for external revenue services. Lennox touts removing de minimis to help small businesses. So again, that's Lennox touting removing de minimis to help small businesses.
Our 45s here again. Great first risk off if you're playing off of our 25. If we pop above, again, should look for that rotation through into 480, 490. Just waiting on Russell to figure out if it can get over our pivot here.
Pakistan Star says Rubio has asked to talk on Kashmir situation.
Watching our re-offer of our edge here. Holding our previous day value low, no problems. Russell still maintaining.
Trump just saying we'll have one big contract, maybe Raytheon or IBM for ATC contract. So again, Trump says maybe Raytheon or IBM. Putin says he has no doubt that Russia's relationship with Europe will be restored sooner or later.
Sooner or later.
So Nasdaq 100 trimming decline to about 1%.
Watching Russell lose a bit of momentum here. Another failure at our high at 45s. Into our pivot here again.
Airbus won't pay tariffs on planes for US customers.
30 seconds till do 15s.
Airbus is working with customers to consider mitigation measures. Trump on trade deals says, I think we're doing great. Greer says, we have dozens of written offers on trade.
They pull
Greer
out the
says, some
telephoto
weeks out on
lens.
deals. So again, deals are some weeks out, but we're working on it.
It's so funny.
Trump says one big beautiful bill may be bigger than tariffs. Vought says doing great on tax bill, says Trump Budget Director Vought speaking at the cabinet meeting.
R25 edge, see if this 405 to 425 can hold or if this is going to flip. Russell game push to next target into our 64. Now retesting our halfway back.
Trump says tax increase unsustainable if 2017 cuts are not extended.
Other bounce 25s, push into our 45. Offer should be sitting here, if anywhere, for the lower high. Need to see a very clear flip over this and recovery of our 70s for more upside, or this is, again, where we'll be looking for a sell to sit. Right, lower high would be here, and then you'd be looking for rotations below this for rotation to bottom of balance if this does fail. We're just balanced while we wait for this meeting to be done, but this is what I'd be looking for a downside move, something like this, in a rotational structure, right, where this thing goes offer and then this breaks low balance. If we continue to just maintain this 405 to 425, there's not a ton here, right? We need to see the step down below previous day value from this 45 offer. And then get below that 405 and show interest. If it's just going to chop here, again, no change. 50 seconds till new 15s. Offer attempting here again at 25. Just being absorbed so far, but we need to see offer flip it if we're going to go down. We will continue to rotate it here.
According to parliamentary website, UK Parliamentary Standards Commissioner has opened investigation into Finance Minister
215
Reeves
is opening now.
over registration of interest. Airbus CEO says that I do not expect US-China tariff conflict to have any immediate direct impact on Airbus.
If you're playing off 45, this is your first risk off at 445, and this is your first risk off into 405. It's our lower little flip here at previous day value low. The only way we get more is a very
Putin says
clear
some
sweep
Ukrainian
below
troops are
this,
still holed up in
just
basements
like we have path.
in Russia's Kursk region.
This is where we have bid is to be expected. And then you look for a look back over 25s for rotations up if this is going to continue to maintain. Again, this is just such a clear pivot right now. And until this shifts, we expect more of the same.
So Putin just saying radio intercepts suggests the Ukrainian forces are asking for help to be evacuated.
Oh my god, how long is this meeting gonna go? Oh, what? Hmm.
Besson says Trump has created negotiating leverage and leadership. Besson says that we're on the verge of becoming an AI superpower. Besson says IRS revenue is up.
Offer trying so hard lower. Reversion target is 380. This meeting needs to end, man. This is crazy.
Trump says Besson is doing a great job. Quebec Finance Minister says that they don't see tariff on power exports to the US. So that's Quebec Finance Minister Girard speaking.
So, we have 30 seconds till new 15s. We've gotten our reversion back down to our 360, 380. Again, there's not any more downside that I'm predicting until we see this shift below our 60. We're just following our pathing, right? So we saw our offer at our 45 for the lower high once we saw this absorption here into our 60 to 70 above, right? This is where we were watching for our reoffer at our 45s from our bounce at 25. This then rotates down, just maintaining our lower highs, no change, right? Just, I'm putting a line here just to visually show you our via pathing, what we're looking at. Gotten our rotation now back down again into this low. This is where we found our bid last, right? So as long as this is maintaining, there's not a lot of room to the downside. We're just now watching to see how this rotation continues, right? Like what we want to see, ideally, if sell side is serious, is from this low, this offer now holds where our bid was previously from our 405 to 425. If that can hold, we'll be looking for this rotation below, a very clear offer flip below our 60s, and then we can continue our rotation down, back down to our VWAP at 300, right? That's 60 points that we have potentially here on a flip over. So we need to see this happen, or our bid is just going to maintain here, and then we can rotate back up. This is the bottom of our short-term auction balance. We need to see this play out if we're going to get more downside. So understand that this is a huge edge that we need to see interest below if we're going to continue to rotate. Note that our 15-minute VWAP is down here as well, which is why this is our target, and we need to see that dip, or this bid is going to continue to just maintain. I cannot reiterate that enough. The flip of 60s is incredibly important. If this holds, right, this is just going to do this rotation up, where our low holds, we hold back, we recover, we get back over our previous day value low here, recover this buyer at this 405, 425, and then rotate up. So we need to see this shift if we're going to go down more. That being said, right, that means that you should be risking off of your position into this low, moving your stops down, right? And as long as we are maintaining below our POC shift that has happened here at 425, we have potential to continue to go down. We start to show any interest above this POC shift, right? That's why failure from sellers below, and then we'll be looking for the bid to step back up and maintain that. So this is, again, a huge pivot. We are keeping our eye on it. This meeting is going on right now, and it is causing price action to be incredibly slow. What we have going for us as a catalyst, or sorry, yeah, I guess a catalyst is fine, is Russell, right? So Russell was holding our pivot that we had marked. It followed pathing, took a little bit of time because it is so slow with news, but we maintained our edge, rotated up to our next target, and then found a loss of momentum. With this loss of momentum, we got our loss of momentum on NQ as well. Imagine that. On a failure through this pivot, we got our secondary leg down. That is here, right, with NQ. So now that we are back to our 30-second opening range on our Russell, right, what is going to happen here? Are we going to be able to maintain our day open and hold this for another rotation up, or are we going to flip this below our 50.6 and then show more downside? We see this Russell shift below, right? This is going to be a very clear sign that we want to continue down. Where we are trading now is incredibly neutral, and it is a bullish state because we are looking into it, right? We need to see a very clear look below if we're going to continue down. This is just a retest of our day open. So let's watch to see what happens here and if this flips. Again, it's a very neutral state. NQ and ES look a little less bullish, right? But we are at our main pivot. We need to see how we interact here. This is ES into previous high and our VWAP and our 30-second opening range. We need to see if this is going to bid and if we are going to be able to maintain these POC shifts that we've seen on both NQ and ES. Pathing is being followed. Just be patient. Takes time.
Ford CEO to delay vehicle price hikes to see what rivals do. Ford CEO says company should get government credit for export. So Ford CEO Jim Farley speaking to reporters. Ford CEO says a lot more work to do on tariffs.
There's your bounce across the board. Again, 60s holding low. ES into POC shift. This is your first target if you are trading off of the reversion to our 30-second opening range and VWAP. This is, again, target here. We need to see a very clear lift and bid above if we're going to keep going, or this is where we will see a loss of momentum and we will balance in between here for the meantime. Same thing on Russell. Can we get back over this pivot, or is our halfway back going to hold here as resistance? This is our test. Can we get back above? Or is this going to maintain, and do we balance in between? Unsure as of yet. All I know is our pivots, and we can play around them. There is no more downside until we can see our 60 go offer. I've been saying that for the last 2 hours. This is our pivot here on NQ into our 425. Same level as before. This is our POC shift. We need to see this flip back above if we are going to go higher on a recovery of our previous day value low here at 405. It's a huge pivot. Middle of our range. watching our retest here, boys. Russell needs to be able to hold this pivot. We need to see a very clear bid here at this 405, 425. We're going to flip this, or it's just going to trap buyers trying to buy this breakout. See if this bid can hold.
Trump says that Musk has been a tremendous help. And Musk is invited to stay as long as he wants. Saying Musk wants to get back home to his cars. US products are set to avoid strict checks in EU deforestation law. EU nations are to vote on classification criteria May 12th.
Also maintaining our pivot, NQ maintaining our pivot. We need to see a bid step up here over 25s and actually show initiative, or we're going to just be stuck here for short term. Sell side offsides, it looks like at 407. I'd like to see that 407 continue to maintain offsides and not push below, or sell side can definitely gain a bit more momentum here. Let's see if we can build above this 25 to 30 on NQ. I think we should get a bit of excitement if we can. If not, offer is just going to maintain here. Dude, when this meeting ends, the amount of volume that's transacted here is gnarly. The move is going to be very punishing. Crazy. Oof. Green, are you in voice? Yeah, they're in the classroom for some reason. Green, I moved you over to voice chat. You were in the wrong one. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Yeah. So zones are adaptive, right? It makes no sense to have locked in zones, stationary zones. So as price action, right, as new order flow comes in, we will update our zones. But A lot of the times they're consistent where levels need to be breached. Like the 60 to 80 has been here now for uh, an hour and a half, 2 hours. And it's very clearly a pivot. But I just mark where buyers and sellers are currently transacting, and then we trade around them. So levels are adaptive, but usually they're pretty consistent. This is our offer into our 45s again. Our 405 to 425 held. Uh, Again, very consistent that there is a buyer willing to absorb here into our low, and that this is our mid flip. If we can build here, should be able to test back up, but this is a great first risk off to see if sell side sitting at 45s. If we can get over this, we should come back up into this absorption that we saw into 60 to 70. As long as Russell is able to maintain momentum, we're all right, right? We flipped over this. Beautiful. Everything held that needed to. Now it's just a matter of retesting highs. All of the higher time frame pivots green are marked off of our levels indicator already for us, so there's not really much you need to do pre-market because previous day value high, low, weekly previous values are already marked. Our ETH levels are marked, right? So there's not a ton of work that needs to be done pre-market. So it's just basically about watching to see how our volume profile has built out, and then playing off of that as well as the 30-second opening range. And then any levels that I mark are just levels that I'm seeing interest at are offside traders around. Because I know you're new here, so this might be a lot, but like the whole idea, the philosophy around the way that we trade is our orders don't move the market, right? We are one lot warriors is what we say. So like our size is minimal enough where we don't affect the market, but we can find players who do, right? We can find participants who are moving the market, and we are playing around them. So if we can find areas of interest where we have edge, right, where our probabilities are higher, these are the areas that we want to be playing around because we know that there's a participant, sitting at 360. We know there's a participant sitting at 425. So if we know that and we're failing to show interest below, it makes sense to put risk on into this 360 and play into our 425, right? Take off risk there and then watch to see if that pivot flips. But if we can play around that buyer and seller, we can make money as they just transact in between each other, right? We can play that balance between them, and that might not be a lot of money for the higher time frame participants, right? The larger guys, but I mean that's a huge amount of points for us, the smaller players, and our probability of the trade actually succeeding goes up quite a bit because we're
Airbus's
playing
US assembly lines are exposed to
around their
10%
balance.
tariff on large sub-assemblies from Europe.
So that's the whole idea. So when I mark levels, it is off of that idea that we are looking for rotations around what we perceive as our value low and our value high, right? Or a premium and discount, however you want to word it.
ECB's Mitclove says price risks are less clear in the medium term than near.
Is video stream always through YouTube? Yes. But it is only available Monday through Friday for premium members. It is open to public Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but Tuesday, Thursday it is locked as of right now. So, but stream will always be notified and it will always go up on YouTube. Regardless, the reason why we do that is so that the VODs are recorded. So if you want to do review, you can always click on the stream after I end it, and it will be recorded and logged for you so that you can review your trades for your journaling. So it's just always automatically saved for review. We used to stream through Discord, but then there was no recording, right? So then you'd have to wait for me to post the video. So I'd have to record it on my PC manually, and then I'd have to upload it, which left like a 3-hour window of uploading to YouTube. It just didn't make sense. So this is just way more efficient. Dude, is this gonna last the entire day? Meeting is crazy. Offer's going to attempt to flip this again. We need to see bids absorb. Watch our Russell pivot here and NQ at our 405, 425. Need to see this bid flip up, back above. There's just so heavy here. Need to continue to see this this get absorbed, or we're going to rotate back down to like 365 on the failure here. Testing into 405 now.
Bergam says leasing for oil and gas and critical minerals. Says Interior Secretary Bergam currently speaking at the cabinet meeting. Adding that we're focused deeply on critical minerals.
Offer holding, rotating down. Watch our 80, and then watch our 65 below. Russell still maintaining. So NQ and ES leading here a bit, with RTY still maintaining neutral. Can get a little volatile with that. Our push down to 65s. This should be your first risk off if you are playing this rotation and flip of our 405, 425. Watch for the look below 60s if we're going to go for more. We should see at least a reoffer on this look. This is bottom of balance. We're just in balance, man. It's the same area where we shorted last at 45s. It's just the reoffer of our seller and then a failure for bid to show initiative above and then a rotation back through. There is so much size being transacted here at this 405, 425. So as soon as we flip below, you get a incredibly strong move. And now we're back to this absorption here at 60s. We show interest below 60s, then we can keep going down, or we're just going to find our bid, and then on any recovery over 80s should just result in a rotation back up again. We are in a news-based balance. There, this is the Trump conference. Looking for anything more is you're absolutely insane. Take profit at your edges, leave a runner just in case, but like expecting anything other than balance while Trump's doing his conference is kind of idiotic in my opinion. So right now Trump is talking? Yeah, man, he's been talking. It's his 100-day cabinet meeting with all of the big boys. Here, I'll post it in Discord for you as well in regular chat. If this 60 to 80 flips, we have 60 points down on NQ, down to 300. So it is super important that we either see this flip and you're in runners for it, or we pop back over 80s and then we bid and rotate back up to 430. So this is a big deal. This is Russell into our 30-second opening range again. This is NQ attempting to flip below. You just sign up via WAP or Whoop, whatever it's called. Just on the website, off of our website. And then, yeah, you're good to go. Mm. 20 seconds till new 15s. Retesting our 60 edge here. Let's see if we can get back over 80s or if they hold offer here and flip it for this rotation down to 300. Also still maintaining our 30-second opening range. There's pretty clearly a buyer down here on ES at this like 510,
Surely expecting
515.
the Fed reverse repo operation data.
But we need to see more from them. It's just a balance between 510 and 540 right now on ES. So I'd like to see us break out of that range, show interest here still at this low. Watch Russell here as we retest our pivot on our breakdown. It's just balance, man. Trump's talking. So again, got our rebid off of our 80s, our rotation back up to our pivot here. This is our short-term seller at 405,
54 counterparties take
425.
$250.601 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
We need to see a very clear look over this, or this is where our offer is going to be sitting at our previous value from, the candle before, right, into our value, right? So as we push up into this, this should be where you're risking off. We need to see this flip above if we're going to go higher. Why did it only draw one of these? There we go. So great first yourself if you are playing off of 380. We want to see this build and flip back above this pivot. If we're going to do that, then we go higher. If it fails, nothing happens. Nothing changes, right? Just lower high. We follow this downside pathing then.
Ten minutes away from the bottom of the hour, expected to hear or to get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes. This will be for the April summary of deliberations. According to India today, India shuts airspace for Pakistan-run flights, military aircraft, and airspace closure will be in effect from April 30th to May 23rd of this year.
Up, Gab.
Okay, now seems it's going to the Q&A session of the cabinet meeting. Trump says, I'm not taking credit or discredit for the stock market. Trump says, I don't view the stock market as the end all. And the stock market is an indicator. And stock market shows how bad a situation we inherited. Trump says next quarter also shows Biden.
Did my internet go out? Oh no. Okay. Okay.
5 minutes ago until we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes.
They better, man. As soon as this meeting ends, there should be a decent movement. It's so much volume is transacted up here. It's absolutely insane. As soon as the Q&A part of this cabinet meeting ends, hopefully we are able to gain a little bit more of a range.
Trump says the stock market is a mere indication. Besant on Ukraine minerals deal says our side is ready to sign. And Ukrainian side made last minute changes.
Looking into our 425 now. Full rotation from our 380 recovery. See if we can flip this bid back up.
Besant says we're ready to sign
Again,
this
need to get over
afternoon with
45s.
Ukrainers.
45 has been where our
And there
offer's
are no
been sitting.
changes announced.
Russell leading up. Pushing into 45s now.
Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif
Again,
speaks
this
with
has
US
been where our
Secretary of
offer
State
has been sitting.
on the
We want to
phone.
see a very clear
Sharif
willingness to
and
trade
Rubio
above
discussed
this,
tensions with India
or we're
over
going
Kashmir
to
attack.
rotate to our 25s
This is
first,
that's Pakistan's
and then
Prime
we
Minister.
test.
Prime Minister's office is commenting in statement.
Retesting our flip of this. Keeping an eye on Russell as well into our highs.
So, of course, with Rubio being at the cabinet, this would have happened earlier on in the day, but just coming out as a statement from the Pakistan Prime Minister's office. 1 minute to go now to begin the Bank of Canada meeting minutes for the April meeting.
This is a full rotation of our balance. Move your stops up as we approach these highs. Recovery of our 80s. Flip back
Trump
over our
says we're looking for
25.
rare earth
Rotation
all the
now
time.
into our 60 to 70. This is where absorption happened last. We have 35 seconds until new 15s. You've done a full rotation of our balance. I cannot guarantee any more upside. We are in a balance. So make sure that you are securing gains and you don't give back the entire rotation for no reason. Leave a runner just in case. Understand that we are just back up to our seller. That is all I can tell you.
10 seconds. Trump on mineral deals says we would have American presence at the site. From the Bank of Canada then. Some BOC members argued cut would be premature amid uncertainty. They debated 25 basis point cut before holding rates in April. Policy to support economy while keeping focus on prices. Some members said BOC Bank of Canada had flexibility to cut to support growth. They agreed to be less, and Bank of Canada members agreed to be less forward-looking than usual. So ahead of the Bank of Canada's April 16th rate announcement, Governing Council was split over whether to cut rates or hold steady. The members favouring no change wanted to gain more information on US tariffs and backed a wait-and-see approach. The members favouring no change felt another cut could be premature given upward pressure on inflation from tariffs could come quickly. The members that favoured a cut cited muted near-term inflation risks and signs the economy was weakening. Members that favoured a cut said the bank would have the flexibility to reduce rates further as long as medium-term to long-term inflation expectations remained anchored. Members favouring a cut highlighted the need for timely action given lags in transmission of monetary policy actions to the economy and inflation. While there were differences in views, everyone agreed that there was a great deal of uncertainty and the situation could change quickly. Members agreed to maintain a robust survey and outreach plan to better understand in real time how the economy was adapting.
Yeah, I
And
played
Governing
off
Council
80.
agreed it was difficult to predict the effect of opposing pressures on prices beyond April.
Yeah, it's the top of balance.
Trump says, I think we'll have a great relationship with Canada. Carney called me yesterday and said, let's make a deal. Trump says Carney will come to the White House. And that's within next week. So just keep
Says
an eye on the
next
S&P
area of
500.
interest.
Did see a little bit of a positive move towards the upside. Quite small.
See if we can flip this 500. That'd be great for us. Offer sitting there.
No reaction from the Canadian dollar though so far that we can see.
Leaving one runner from 385. And then I'll see if we can flip 500s for another 30 points up to 530.
Trump says China is having tremendous difficulty.
Again, this is just our offer. We got to show interest above this. This is Russell into our pivot. We have a gap
Trump says
above that we can
China's
fill
ships
if
loaded
we
up,
can start to
much
maintain
of
up
which
here.
we don't need.
Chief
Trump
Ripper
says China
offer.
is the leading candidate for Chief Ripper offer.
This guy, man. Even better, boys.
It's also a reminder we did post out, or just in the Trump's comment, the red headline, the Bank of Canada meeting minutes.
I will be right back. Again, if we flip over this 500, looking for 30 to 40 above. Attempting now.
So according to a statement from the Pakistan side, Pakistan PM urged the US to impress upon India to dial down the rhetoric and act responsibly. Trump asked when he'll speak with China's President Xi, says it will happen.
It
And that
will happen.
concludes remarks to reporters at the cabinet meeting.
All right, this meeting is finally ending. Thank the Lord. Jesus.
Canadian dollar extends gains, rising 0.3%. So that follows Trump's comment where he said in the cabinet meeting that Canada's PM Carney called me yesterday and said, let's make a deal. And I think we'll have a great relationship with Canada.
We could probably shift this down to 80. Why did that work? Yeah, it's very two-sided here, but we are attempting. We can see Russell push our highs again. We should be able to get one more leg up. I'd be looking for a move to like 560. If we can hold and bid this 80. The issue becomes is that this was a nice break, but we have a lot of structure that we can retrace first before this actually happens. So again, like ideally, right, like Flag's able to build out here. Great. We're able to pop back over 500s. We see that supportive bid at our 500, and then we're able to go up. But if, let's say, sell side is able to gain a bit more interest and we see buy side get exhausted a bit, stepping back below this, we could see a rotation back down into this liquidity first and then have to go up from there. So I'm just keeping an eye on this action if Russell starts to show this loss of momentum with this lower high, right? So we start to show interest back below. We have room down that we can retrace if we continue to fail. So we'd like to see this node build out up in this upper edge, understanding that 500 is a huge level that we're going to need to be able to push through and show interest. Once we do show interest, though, then we can oscillate this node that we've got developed out up here. This is just the tail of an upper auction that took place, so super important that we show interest above or balance persists.
So just a reminder, 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, Trump participates in a swearing-in ceremony. There's Trump participating in a swearing-in ceremony for the ambassador to the UK.
Where are the education videos on YouTube? They're all private. So there's a master list on Discord, and it's all sorted by like the criteria, right? And then you can go through individual sections. So there's a category on the Discord that looks like this. Screw. And then Yeah. So the master list is just going to have all of the videos labeled with titles and everything. Those are all of our Monday classes. No problem. This is a lot of effort trying to get us over 500. So far being absorbed. See if they can sweep through or if this is going to just continue to act as a hard stop. Like to see Russell be able to show any interest above for this pop to happen.
So just a reminder, about 5 minutes ago, Trump is expected to be at a swearing-in ceremony for the ambassador to the UK. We're trying to find a video, but there isn't one at the moment. We'll keep looking.
Yeah, just rotation back down to our 80, our value low of this previous candle. Note that, again, like we can very clearly see bid being absorbed here into these highs at that 500 with the POC of previous candle being there, and that being our resistance on our new candle, and then this 75 being our value low. So if offer can step down below this, that's when we run into some troubles where we're going to have to come back down into this liquidity below. But we should note, right, that we should be looking for buyers to absorb here, right, into this low. This is why we have it pathed as such. So we're looking for bids to be present here into our like 50 to 60 on any dip. And we want to see that eaten very quickly. And then we want to see a pop back over 500s and hold. Failure to do that in a flip of this pivot is just going to result in a deeper retrace needed before we can continue higher with the just complete lack of participation, right, at our highs. And with Russell also failing to do anything of interest. So again, we can see that our bid was able to absorb into our 60. So ideally, the 60 to 70 holds. If not, then rotations back down to our like 40 area make sense before we can continue higher. No, there's no change here. There's nothing crazy happening. Just two-sided trading into our highs, which makes sense. Got to wait for Russell to figure out what it wants to do before we can go higher. Again, you should be able to get a much more exasperated move after we're able to push and hold over these highs and show any interest. Until then, right, chop, 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 chop. Just building out this node up here.
So surely expected to supposedly be hearing from Trump at the swearing-in ceremony for the UK, from the ambassador to the UK.
Ten seconds till new 15s. Russell still no low found as of yet.
Visa announces new era of commerce featuring AI.
Retesting into our 80 offer where our bid was previously. We're seeing if we can flip back over this or if this like 80 to 90 is going to hold on retest here. If sell side can hold this, I'd expect one more leg
According to the
down.
Financial Times, EU readies Plan B should Trump walk away from the Ukraine discussions. So EU's callous says Europe can maintain sanctions on Russia if Washington starts lifting its own.
We
According to
bid
Yu Yuan
500.
Tantian,
Really
US
solid
reaches out
look.
to China recently for tariff discussions.
Watch retests here.
They're seeing movement towards the upside on the S&P 500. Again, US reaches out to China recently for tariff discussion, according to Yu Yuan Tantian.
I feel was so bad there. That sucks. It's like 40 points of slippage on my close.
Just summarizing the market reaction, it did see movement towards the upside on the S&P 500 from that, and a little bit of downside movement from the dollar index.
I had a limit at 570 and I got filled at
There doesn't seem to
532.
be any further detail. We'll see if we can find any further detail about that.
Wow, watching our 500 rebet here. Immediate bid off of 500. It's taking my first risk off here into 30. Now one more here, leaving runners. Two left.
So seeing S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 pairing declines after the Yuan Tantian post.
Yeah, very quick 50 points. Huge. Don't fuck it up. Six points? Huge, Mark. Nice, man. What happened, Screw? Snooze. Failure from sellers at our low. Pop over our 500. Immediate rotation up into our liquidity above. And if you miss the initial move, it's just about looking for the retest where our absorption was happening last. Looking for that rebid at 500 for rotations up, right? Same as before. Nothing about what we had drawn on screen changed, right? Liquidity was found where it was found last. Just into where this was absorbed. Right? No failure and we got our pop on look over. So even if you were attempting to short this, you just flip your position above 500 and then play this rotation up. Lock in 50 points. We watch our Russell pivot now, see if we can hold this. 40 seconds left until new 15s. Are you guys actually going to China, to Japan together, or are you just trolling?
Just in regards to the Yu Yan Tantian post that we saw,
Really?
that media account is affiliated with China Media Group. We're going to see if we can try and find a bit more detail.
Did you guys meet up in New York when you were there, or it'll be your first time meeting? That's crazy. Do I still have tie blocked? Yes. Should I unblock him? Is he saying something worthwhile?
So also to add a bit more detail, that social media account, the Yu Yan Tantian, is also run by state broadcaster CCTV or China Central Television.
Are you
Still no
going to
more
be a
details on it,
good
but still
kid?
looking.
Ugh.
A little bit more detail has come through from CCTV. The US has been proactively reaching out to China through various channels, seeking to negotiate on tariff issues, according to a post by Yu Yan
All right, you're
Tantian,
unblocked, Ty. What's
a
up?
Weibo account affiliated with state-run China Central TV. The post cited unidentified people with the knowledge China doesn't need to negotiate with the US until Trump administration takes meaningful moves first, it added.
Buddy, just ask your questions. Doesn't matter. Uh, it's not that serious. What are the target extensions? They're fibs. They're fib targets based off of the ATR, so the rebid reversal line. So the rebid reversal line is an ATR, and then the fibs are based off of the relationship of price to our ATR, and then they extend outwards to create targets based off of the reaction from our rebid reversal line, or ATR, or average true range. That's why they dynamically change based off of your time frame. I find the targets off of the 15-minute very solid. on stacked as like your higher time frame targets if you ever wanted one as like a just a random throw out a price level into the wind kind of thing. Copy and paste the code? Hell no. Worth an attempt though. I respect it. Yes, stacked is incredibly. That's why I use the 30-second. Especially like Russell. Holy. Stacked on Russell, 30-second chart. Solid. Yeah, I think that's a good setup, Ty. Less is more. We're gonna reevaluate this area now that we've built it out a bit. I'm just gonna put a fixed range on here. How do I mark this? I'm actually just gonna go off of this liquidity and not try to overcomplicate this.
So just to give a bit more context then to the post that we have found, Weibo text. So it says the US has taken the initiative to contact China through multiple channels and hopes to discuss tariffs. China can force out the US's intentions through contact. It's saying Tanzu learned from sources that in recent times the US has taken the initiative to contact China through multiple channels, hoping to negotiate with China on the issue of tariffs. Recently, Trump and his economic and trade team have also frequently leaked that the US is conducting economic and trade negotiations with China. International economic and trade negotiation experts analyze with Tanzu that the more frequently the US releases news, the more it shows its eagerness to promote negotiations. They go on to say that from the perspective of negotiations, the US must be the more anxious party at present, adding that the Trump administration is facing multiple pressures, the first of which is economic pressure, second, public opinion pressure. Adding, so Tanzu says, believes that before the US takes any substantive action, China has no need to talk to the US. However, if the US hopes to contact China, it will not be bad for China at this stage. China needs to observe and even force out the US's true intentions and take the initiative in negotiations and fighting. We have also posted out the link to that Weibo text on the Financial News feed.
Yeah, I mean, like think about the things that I talk about when I'm talking about setups. It's like we have like basically two things, right? I'm either playing around our daily volume profile or I'm playing around a balanced auction and I'm looking for an offside participant, right? Like those are like literally the only two things that I trade. It's just like an overall daily return to value or a push away from value, right? A shift. Or just like, oh, we found a new auction and we're looking for someone to be offsides at either the high or low and then play around them. And then like once we've identified someone who's offsides, we have a price action set up that we're looking for where price, is going to very clearly show either a higher low or a lower high depending on direction, right? And then we just play around that known mechanical rotation once we have that offside participant. And then that's literally it. right? Like that's like if you try to do too much, it can mess up like the smaller rotation trades that can make you your money, you know? Like I love to be in like the higher time frame stuff, but like if we're too worried about what's happening in the higher time frame setup, we can miss out on the smaller rotations that can build your account on the daily, you know? Like if I can catch, you know, 5 scalps inside balance just playing that rotation, that gives me a shitload of padding for me then attempting a higher time frame trade, right? If I can make, you know, 5 $300 rotations, like that's a lot of money, man. You know, and that's a lot of padding for me to then attempt with size on a larger position later on. But if I'm like too worried about like, oh, I don't want to take a counter trend trade inside this balance rotation because you know, we put in a lower high on the hourly or the 15, like all of a sudden I'm kind of screwing myself over from just playing around the two identified participants that are auctioning right now, you know? What's up, Izzy? Morning. I don't know, it's like a constant reminder that like to me the how do I say this? I will always trade around the most recent participants rather than the higher time for participants because I have seen them with my own eyes. And like I will use the higher time participants as zones of control to inform my overall bias on where I think we're headed for higher time frame targets, right? But like I have a huge recency bias based off of who is currently in the market participating that I can visually see now because that controls my risk if I'm playing around those guys. Like if I can identify a buyer and seller who are currently trading and I can play that rotation between them, right? Like I'm almost positive that I can make money. But if I try to trade into like those higher time frame targets and not take off risk, right? And not uh just respect the two current market participants, I screw myself over a lot of the times looking for too much. And when I look for too much, we're not taking profit. We're getting stopped out of trades that were profitable. And then I'm just kind of like taking paper cuts for no reason when those were profitable trades that I could have just been stacking on the day, you know. That was a huge issue that I had to work through of just being like, what are we currently doing? What am I looking for? And what are my expectations? Right? Like it's a constant thing that I talk through in my head of like, and it's the reason why I draw so much on screen. It's like this is what I'm looking for right now. Because if I can look for this setup and if I can trade around that and limit my risk, right, and know where I'm headed short term, like I can take that I can I can I can trade between those areas and be very grounded without being super emotional. When I look for higher time frame, I get way too emotional. Like I'll leave a runner for the higher time frame trade. That's fine. But at least I've secured profits and I'm not in a position that is way too leveraged for what I'm comfortable trading currently, you know? Being comfortable and not anxious is like how I personally am willing to succeed. And like, okay, sure, maybe I'm limiting the amount of money that I have in the market, but I'd rather limit the amount of money that I could potentially make by giving myself the ability to do this long term, right? Have longevity. I don't need to win the lottery today. I need to be able to sustain and be able to do this on a daily basis without the risk of blowing up. And as soon as like you are in that mindset, the mindset of compounding and like seeing gains slowly start to, you know, pour in from just trading mechanical setups that are not emotional, right? Um, the better of a trader you will become, in my opinion, at least. You just take what's given. I mean, it works until it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, don't treat it as like the holy grail, but it's a very solid indicator. Fact and PVZ together are like actually just like bread and butter. It is such a solid, cohesive system. And then you just mix that in with like your 15-minute footprint, and you're good to go. Because your footprint's going to help you identify where that aggressive action is taking place for any shifts potentially, right? And then you just are trading based off of your rebid reversal line to let you know where those actions would be more likely to take place within the inner structure. I don't know what this candle is, by the way. I'll wait for this to develop a bit. Sell side got pretty aggressive there with that sweep. No news so far from what I can see. I wouldn't trust this bid until we step back over 30 to 40. This just looks like a pretty clear offer to me.
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $2.03 a gallon. Natural gas June futures settle at around $3.32. Gasoline May futures settle at around $2.03 a gallon.
It just looks like a rotation right now
NYMEX
between
WTI crude June futures settle at $58.21 a barrel, down $2.21 or 3.66%.
we've got our bid at the same levels before, this 460, 480. But we have offer sitting at 530, 540. I would like to see this rotation test into 530 here, and then we see if secondary seller is sitting there for a lower high. If sell side sitting at 530, I'd expect at least us to retest our wick low into 60s, with ideally a break below. But if we were able to bid back over 30 to 40, I expect new highs. Just looks like balance right now, again, between 60, 80 and 540. Don't think that there's a great entry for either side of the trade unless you're trying to play like the short from 530 for a with like a 10-point stop. You're down, or you're trying off of that 60 edge for bid. Like these edges are really the only thing here. Everything else looks like noise to me. I think we get a nice secondary move once we figure out which way we want to go from this area after that reaction. What a news heavy day, man. Jesus. Roy's funny. Offer has to be like really, really clear here on this look back in. This is again just bottom of our range here from 60 to 80. If 80 offer can hold, I could potentially see a rotation to 40s, but we need to see it. It needs to be very clear. Very, very, very clear. It's there's potential. Microsoft ER, right, and Meta. So definitely, definitely
US
potential.
crude oil futures closed at their lowest since March 2021 at $58.21 a barrel.
Does anyone in the chat use eBay? When was the last time you guys used eBay? 4 months ago? Here and there? Okay. So it's still relevant, kind of. Mm. They also have ER today. I just can't even like remember the last time I used eBay. I was wondering if I was alone on that or not. Testing our 60 edge here. Let's see if we flip below this reversion back down to our POC, or if this edge can hold and we can regain. Not a lot here for me personally. I'm flat, but if you were able to get in at the reoffer as we push back up into 30s, I think it was a good trade, but you should be risked off mostly here. Again, if we flip below 60s, there's probably some room. But I need to see a bit more, personally. Just a little too messy of a move for me. Might consider playing 80 to 90 if we can pop up into that and then see a strong sell for a rotation down to like 30. But if we don't get that, then I just don't think that there's a great entry for me. Offer try to lower here into 60. Yeah, there will. For ES specifically, like I just don't. This 25 to 30 area just seems like it's going to be really reactive based off of how we were trading it last. So as we push down into it, it'll be a good risk off for shorts. And until I see it go offer from a look below, it has to be where you expect the bid to be resting into this area. It's the same thing for this 30 to 40 area on NQ. Like it's just, it has a lot of potential to be incredibly reactive, especially with Russell coming back down into POC here on the daily. ES at POC, NQ at POC, right? Everything is just reverted down to our POCs off of our daily profile. So seeing a bit of a bid here and then looking for a lower high, I think will provide a much better entry if we were going to go continue downward. Like a retest into our value edge as resistance or something like that. That'd be ideal. If we just kind of slow grind through this entire range, I'm not going to be mad that I missed the move because I wouldn't have been comfortable in the trade regardless, you know? We expect bid to try to hold the 60 on recovery if they're going to push up for that look into value. If we lose 60 and then look back to lows, then we can rotate down. But I expect bid to try to do a higher low here at our 60 edge on recovery if these guys are going to be trapped off sides below.
Brent crude futures settle at $63.12 a barrel, down $1.13 or 1.76%.
New 15s. Still just rotating 60. I don't think so. I wasn't aware he was speaking. I don't see him on the newswire. This is a great risk off if you're trading off of the rebid at 60 as we push into our 80 to 90. This is again where we'd expect our offer to be sitting as we rotate up. It's either here or we go back up to our value edge up at like 515. So this is a super important pivot
Just
for
heads
short
up,
term.
there is a live stream of Press Secretary Levitt
Oh, there he is.
reporting to news media. We'll get their video out for you on the feed.
I was wrong, motivation. So give me a sec. I don't see anything on the wire though, so I don't think he said anything relevant.
That video is live out on the feed for you to watch.
Link to the stream in chat.
So it's with a small group of reporters, about 5 of them. So we're not sure what kind of comments we're going to get. One of the reporters is asking about CVS.
Appreciate it, man. Watch for your offer to be sitting into 47s on ES from this rotation, as well as our push into 500, 510 on NQ. It has to show interest above, or this is just going to be our offer, right? This is our value edge. This is our LVN on ES. So these are big pivots that if we're going to flip, we should be able to see a decent amount more upside. If sell side's holding here, then there's no change, and all we're doing is putting in a lower high and a failure at our value edge, right? Which is bearish for rotations down to POC off of a failure here. So it's a pretty important point for us. It's exactly right. It's exactly right. This is such a big test here, guys. Let's see if we can flip it, or if offer's able to hold. I cannot stand this lady. It's just the way Levitt talks drives me crazy. She's like the embodiment of Twitter. That's the best way I can put it. Do you require watching Dom order flow to make your trades or just the candles themselves? I think you can do either. I don't think that watching the Dom or order flow is all that helpful if you don't have a good understanding of why what's happening is happening, right? Because there's a lot of noise on the Dom. Um, and so you need to be what we talk about as practicing with intent. So having a basic understanding already of what you're looking for in specific areas, and then really focusing in on the DOM at those areas, that'll give you a lot more refined practice, and it will cut down on the noise quite a bit, right? So like I think we do a pretty good job talking about the price action you should be watching for, right? And why you're looking for areas, or why you should be paying attention in certain areas, right? And like our value edges into our recovery of a balanced low, et cetera, et cetera. And then in those areas specifically, you should be watching your order flow and your DOM, right? Because now you have an area of interest that actually has important. Whereas like if you're just like watching price randomly walk on the DOM, like that's not all that helpful, and it's only going to um be noise, and it's going to go, right in your brain and right out of it without any processing because you're just staring at nothing. So I think like a really great way to review is to and to get practice in with the DOM is to mark up your chart of zones that you find interesting based off of what's happened there. Look at where like we can find like this POC on footprint is super interesting to me down here at this 460, and this is where we talked about that flip, right? Go back and watch the footage there on your DOM from your recording and see how we interacted there, right? Like that's going to give you your best um the best way for you to actually start seeing areas of interest and how price interacts there between buyers and sellers on your ladder. It's we like the problem with education is that we can only teach you so much, and it's the same thing. I say this about cooking all the time as well, but like you can read a recipe, you can watch someone cook the recipe, but actually making it yourself is going to be a completely different experience.
According to Fitch Ratings, 9 US issuers defaulted in March. Tariffs prompt provides default forecast for 2025.
Right. When the recipe tells you that it's only going to take you 30 minutes, and then when you actually go to cook it and it takes 2 hours, right? Like that's a difference of experience. And it's the same thing with trading or really anything else. It's like you can watch someone do something, but that doesn't mean that you've learned a skill, right? So we can give you the general information, we can tell you what to look for, but then it's all about practice and trying to teach you. All we're trying to do is teach you good practice principles and giving you strategies that keep you accountable. Because at the end of the day, like it's on you to actually follow through on these things. I know there's a little bit of a kind of backwards way of approaching it, but it's something that's super important to say. And people like try to join these communities or just join with like thinking that they're going to be able to instantly make, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's like, nah, man, like this takes time. It is hard. If it was easy, first of all, you wouldn't be able to make money because algos would be out trading
Yeah,
you
posted
left
about
and right
this
if it was
from Fitch Ratings.
as easy as
Yeah,
just like
9 US
buying every
issuers
dip.
defaulted
And
in March. Tariffs from revised default forecast for 2025.
if price was so uniform when it wasn't so random, right? Like the algos would be eating you up. Like our entire strategy is about identifying people who are offsides on the wrong side of trade and then playing with against them, right? Like we're trying to play with offside liquidity so that we actually get moves. So people have to be screwed for us to make money. And so if we can put most of our attention on playing with those participants who are offsides and then rotating into another area of value, like our we now have edge, right? We have an actual trading strategy, but it only works if people are screwed on
So
the
just
other
a bit more
side.
further detail into this. Macro pressures from higher for longer interest rates, combined with various factors such as weakening demand for consumer discretionary products or services, contributed to the March issuer defaults. Supply chain disruptions affecting production and labor shortages that resulted in wage increases and operational inefficiencies also played a role. So as they say, 7 US issuers across 5 unique sectors defaulted on their loan debt in March, while 2 issuers in different sectors defaulted on their high yield debt, according to Fitch.
And confirm 5 year journey, and I'm starting now to just make some money. Yeah, and like the thing is like that journey could have probably been a lot shorter if you weren't so greedy, right, Izzy? Like you know that. Like you were profitable, but then you would try to do too much, right? You tried to you'd make a little money and then all of a sudden you thought you were God. Like the part of that learning process is just like trusting yourself that that what you're doing is working and allowing things to play, right? Allowing things to compound. That's like it's such a huge part of your journey. Is just like realizing like you can take a little time with this and it'll pay off. You don't have to do everything at once. Doesn't have to. You don't have to meet your goal in a week. It's a marathon. So we have offside sellers now. Yeah, we have offside sellers. We've had offside sellers as soon as we were able to bid and hold 60s, but we have buyers still getting absorbed into our highs from our initial reaction, right? All we've done here is just fail to get back into this upper range. All we did was reject, right, our offer here into these highs. So you're in a balanced rotation between this buyer down here at this 60 and this seller here, right? That led to this sweep to the downside. So you're in a very balanced auction with offer sitting above. No real change in our overall trend here. Offer is still holding lower highs. Here, like I can show it to you on footprint as well. This is what I saw. Right, like all we've done is we saw this sweeper step in that rejected us really, really harshly down here. And then all we did was then absorb into this 60 level and then rotate back up to this offer that's sitting here. So if we look at where our fixed range is off of this upper auction, right? Where did we reject? Well, we failed to breach back in, right? If you look at it like this, you see what I mean? So all that we're doing right now is rotating between this seller who's sitting here at the bottom of this balance where the bid flipped to an offer right here. We see this, right? that push led to that move down. We have failed to breach back into this balance, and there isn't a very good long until we recover this edge here and show interest above, or it's just going to chop in this range. So all we've done, again, is rotate from this bid on the higher low and the recovery of this 60, led to a rotation back up to our original offer, and is now put in a lower high again. So offer is stepped down from initial test and is now rotating. So we know that there is a little bit of liquidity resting here, and we'll watch for our reaction into this. We either step back above and then rotate up, or we're going to more aggressively sweep below this 60, and then we can get our next leg down. That's what I'm watching for. No, I didn't. I was too busy talking. I didn't take the rejection. This is my downfall, is that I start reading chat and then I stop trading. I start yapping.
Fitch Ratings now forecast global GDP to grow by 1.9% in 2025.
Okay. Let's focus up.
And they now expect inflation in the US to rise to 4.3% by the end of the year.
Size cuts both ways. Yeah, it's really bad. Sizing up works until it doesn't. Then it completely screws you. Uh, yeah, totally. Yeah, it's kind of insane, isn't it, Jess? I'm really surprised how well we're holding with news. Actual circus. I linked the stream daily in chat. You can just find it on YouTube itself. And the voice is a little bit faster in Discord, so you'll hear what I'm saying a little bit before the stream. So what most people do who are watching on Discord is they actually mute the YouTube stream and then have me talking on Discord because it has a little bit less of a delay. The delay is very minimal, but that's how most people do it. Is they mute YouTube, have me on Discord, just watch it like that. I will link the YouTube stream daily. I, yeah. And again, the reason why we stream on YouTube instead of just Discord directly is so that the VODs are saved for review. So everything that I say, everything that I do, every example that I show, right, you can always go back after the stream ends and everything is there so that there's a digital footprint. Something that you can also do with the premium membership, you have access to my charts. So that's pinned, but I'll share it again right here. If you have TradingView, you can just click this, and when I draw, my charts will update. So there's between Discord and you having access to my charts with all the indicators and my zones and everything that I draw, they will update as you watch it, right? So you have access to complete real-time information. Yeah. Back up into our offer here. Let's see if there's going to be any shift or if they still just sit here. This balance is really messy. Again, I'm not going to feel comfortable with buy side until we show interest over 530, 540. This just feels really rough up here until we pop through this. It's the same range that we talked about an hour ago, which is that bid is resting at 460, offer is resting at 530, 540, right? Like there's been no shift in that. And I'd like to see someone show interest outside for us to feel comfortable, or it's just going to be balance. I will be right back. Sorry. 1 second. My bad. Oh shit, I forgot my water. Yeah, it's real hard in the middle. How much time do we have left on the day? Too much. That is the answer. 50 minutes. Am I feeling better? Yeah, a little bit. I don't think I gave myself enough time to rest this weekend, sadly. but I'm doing a bit better. Appreciate you asking. You as well, Visionary. This area is not something I'm interested in. Not gonna lie. Flat Russell is just gonna make for god awful trading. This is a good meme. I have a lot of learning to do. I lost 5 trades out of 7 today. Um, if you feel comfortable, I would love for you to post them in the trade review channel, and we can look over them. Only way you're gonna learn is by reviewing. And listen, like, I mean, we'll look at your trades and what you took, but like losing is part of it, man. Like it's gonna happen. As long as you're controlling your losses and you're not letting them bleed you out, right? It's just a part of it. No one has a 100% win rate. So, like, it's fine to lose. What we don't want to do though is stay in trades that we knowingly know have invalidated, right? That are then going to bleed your account dry. It's all about allowing yourself to be able to make up for it the next day, right? You never want to put yourself in a situation where you screw yourself for your future self. You are going to lose, but how you handle those losses is the most important part. Our goal here is to give you a accountability partner and to help you have a sustained journey so that you can then start to take some of those losses and push them into cut out some of those losses and make your winners actually pay, right? And start compounding off of them. But everyone loses. So don't be too hard on yourself. But if you don't review those losses, that's when you need to be hard on yourself because now you're just going to allow yourself to repeat the same mistakes over and over again by ignoring what went wrong, you know? And sometimes nothing went wrong, right? Like sometimes your idea just shit happens, right? The market has a lot of randomness built into it. Maybe your entry was just poor, but the trade actually would have played out. That's something you need to know. It's like, was I just completely wrong? Did I miss something? Or was my execution just too tight, right? Was my risk too tight, but the trade played? Those are things that are really important for you to recognize because then you can adjust. But without it, it's going to be very hard to improve because you'll repeat the same mistakes. $20 till new 15s. Just back into our offer up here. Slowly grinding up. 7% every week is crazy, by the way. That's a crazy goal. I mean, depending on your account size, I guess it can be. It doesn't scale well. 7% growth every week does not scale well. It's good if you're in like a small account, like yeah, 7% is manageable, and you take like one good trade and you've gotten yourself a decent chunk. But as your account grows, the scalability of the ideas that you're playing are not going to accommodate 7% growth. So short term, I think it can work, but size wise, you're going to have to increase at a steady rate to accommodate a 7% growth in your profile in your portfolio each week. And I don't think that that's sustainable. And with more size, some of these trades that we're setting up and looking for are just not going to work because you're going to have a problem getting filled liquidity wise. So that's why I say it's not sustainable. Yeah. I think a better way of approaching the market and just approaching kind of like life in general, honestly, instead of some sort of like monetary goal, is you want to be setting up yourself like goals of like hmm, how do I word this?
According to State Department, Rubio spoke with Indian External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar.
The things that worked for me that helped me a lot was like, did I stay true to my plans? Right? Did I stay true to the things that I wanted to trade? Was my execution good? Right? Where was I accountable to myself? And did I follow my rules? Because I know that if I follow my rules and I follow my trade ideas that I have journaled, right, and have ingrained into my brain, and I'm not trading emotionally, that I will make money over time, right? So
Rubio
money.
encouraged India to work with Pakistan to de-escalate tensions and maintain peace and security in South Asia.
So if we stop trying to focus on a monetary monthly or weekly goal and we focus on only taking setups that we understand and meet our risk to reward criteria and have more of a mindset shift of like, I am going to focus purely on accountability and taking setups that have solid edge, right? Have we leave the game up to probabilities. Money becomes a byproduct, right? So your 7% goal gets thrown out of the window because you are just making money because you are being accountable to yourself and you are following a trade plan that has edge. Money is a byproduct. It will happen. But if you focus too much on the monetary goal, you're going to get caught up trying to chase it, of being like, oh, I need to make this amount. I need to do this thing. I need to take a trade today to meet said goal, right? Instead of letting the trades play out, letting the mechanical, right, your setups actually work for you. And like, again, money becomes a byproduct. It doesn't become the focus. When it's your focus, all of a sudden you're going to, take a shitty trade and then you're going to stay in said shitty trade because you don't want to lose. And that's when you screw yourself over the most, is when you're like, I can't take this L. So now I'm going to stay in this L and it's going to bleed me even more than if I had just closed the position. And then once I finally capitulate and close said position, I now have to chase and try to make up for said loser because I have this monetary goal in mind that I'm chasing, right? So now I'm taking bad trades to try to make up for my worst trade that I just took. And then it's this spiral where you just like blow up your account. So focusing on like accountability and just like really hammering in on like I will only trade up setups that I understand that meet my risk profile, that are, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, and I have them marked out. I know what I'm looking for. I'm gonna let it play. Like, again, money becomes a byproduct. Personally, at least. I mean, your brain might work differently than me, but I think that when you set up yourself with a monetary goal, it becomes way too easy to screw yourself because you can become emotional quickly when you have bad days. And then it's all about chasing, trying to make up for the percent losses. But if you're like, oh, okay, my day didn't go well, but I followed my plan. I stuck to my risk profile. I stopped trading when I
Also, State
hit my
Department
risk
says
level of
that Rubio
where
urged Pakistan to work with India to de-escalate tensions,
let this guy talk.
re-establish direct communications in his discussion with Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif.
Right, like I stopped trading once I took a certain amount of L's because I understand that I need to survive, right? Like the sustainability is my overall goal. So if I had a net neutral day or a small loss on the day, that's okay because I stopped myself from over trading. I recognize that I didn't have edge in the market, and I can be proud of that. So even on my red days, I can be proud that I didn't nuke my account trying to chase a monetary goal. And then when we come back the next day, we're going to be in a much better mindset to make up for any losses that we had the previous day, right? And so it's just like a shift, and it's a shift, but it's a shift to make it all happen. I don't know. I really hate monetary goals personally, but you do you. Maybe it'll work for you. I started looking at volume nodes as low mass. Low mass equals price travels faster through. Lower mass and higher mass equals big nodes. Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. I think that makes sense, understanding like what those nodes represent as well. Right, you have areas of interest where there's been lots of participation from people who are interested in buying and selling, right? And then you have areas where no one cares in between, right? And you expect movement through. So you have another way to put it is like a market at rest and a market in motion, or you're going to push through imbalances where people don't care, right? And then we're going to go into areas where people do care, and we'll oscillate around those points, and that creates your auctions. Yeah, and I think what like Braxton's is saying in chat right now is really important. Is like you can make a lot of money, but patience is required to wait for those setups. And when you have like a weekly or monthly goal, you're not waiting for setups. You're just trying to make money. And all of a sudden your setups become garbage because you have this thing that you're like, I have to do this or I'm failing at what I set myself up for, right? If I'm not meeting my 7% goal, I'm failing, which is like such a bad mindset to have because like you might be doing everything right. You might only be taking setups that you care about, but you didn't meet said goal, and so you're still punishing yourself. And that's just like that sucks because you're growing, right? But because your growth requirements or like your those aspects of your growth aren't on your checklist of things that matter, you're being hard on yourself and you're not allowing yourself to grow. I think I worded that right. Yeah. And yeah. Everyone's different. So what I'm saying might not be something that even like comes up in your head, but like for me, I am a very anxious person, and I'm someone who will beat myself up and get zero sleep if I and overthink everything, right? So like I have to have a lot of safeties in like guardrails in my head and like in the way that I trade because I know myself well, right? I've worked through this. Well, we've done a lot of self-reflection of like what works and what doesn't, and the ways that I've self-sabotaged myself in the past. And so like the way my mentality has formed is based off of putting in these guardrails in place so that I can't fuck myself over. And when I do fuck myself over, right, like it isn't all at once. Like I still have guardrails where it's like, okay, like shit, that sucks that happened, but it's not going to ruin my life. We can recover from this, right? Then again, worrying about survivability and being able to sustain bad days and then leaving yourself the setting yourself up for success in the future is so much more important for me, right? And I think that that's relatable to others as well. So it's just like recognizing your weaknesses and then actually trying to work through them. Listen, like the setups that we teach, once you actually get a basic understanding of them, are not complicated. It's the user who gets in the way, right? It's a you feel uncomfortable at edges, you feel uncomfortable in trades, you're trading too much size, right? Like these are all things that are all based off of the user being emotional, right? So again, like the
Seeing here
setups,
from the Wall Street Journal,
the price action,
GOP weighs more taxes on companies for top
auction
executives
market
pay.
theory, etc., like
The current
this
law
that
caps
stuff is easy.
corporations deductions for salaries at $1 million for some employers and workers.
It's getting out of your own way that's hard. It's the hardest part of trading. It's the same thing when if you're gambling, right? It's like one more hand, one more hand, one more hand, one more trade, one more trade, one more trade. Like no, bro. Like
House
you
Republicans are
did the
seriously
thing.
considering proposals to further limit tax deductions that companies can take for their highest paid workers' compensation, expanding restrictions that now apply only to a handful of current or former executives making more than $1 million, according to people familiar with the discussions. The changes could be included in the multi-trillion-dollar tax and spending bill that Republicans are assembling and trying to push through the House this month. Discussions on this idea and other tax provisions are still fluid, and lawmakers haven't settled on details that would determine which employees and employers would be affected.
The reason I'm just chatting is because nothing has changed in our range. Our balance is remaining the same. 530, 540 offer still holding true, pushing back down into our 60 low edge here where the bid is
That
resting.
article is out on the feed for you to read through.
We'll see if we flip, but it's going to be very hard to get any real movement with Russell flat and Q trapped between this buyer and seller. I'd like to see if we were going to go down and offer stick at 80 and then push below 60 pretty clearly if we were going to actually get like a breakout of this balance. I'd like to see that offer start to like actually show interest here on the into this lower edge. But if we just continue to bid, like balance is persisting, no change. We can see him trying, but it's not strong. Like there's just not enough here yet for me to care. Like 80 hold offer and then dip below 60s and then sweep is what you want to see for seller. If that doesn't happen and the bid gets stuffed, sorry, if the offer gets stuffed here and we step back over 80s, like we're just rotating back up. And then it's just another balance rotation. Like it's something has to shift. 40 seconds till new 15s. 30 minutes left on the day. It's a weird day. It's a very strange day. How do y'all trade when you have a 9 to 5 job? Mm, there are a lot of people in here who trade for like an hour. So they find something that again that's really good about your journaling is you are going to build up timestamps of when you're successful and when you're least successful, and it's going to give you an area to focus in on, right? So my periods of success are usually from like 10 to 11:30. I make a lot of money, and from 2 to 3 is also a good period for me, and from like 12 to 1:30 I either am like neutral or just slightly up, right? So I try to avoid that period because it's my least successful period of the day. And so like if you the more trades that you analyze and the larger your pool gets, the more information, right, you've garnered, and so your statistics are going to develop and you're going to get more and more analytical data, and so you're going to have a very clear area where you should be focusing your attention, right? So the more you review, the more you're going to be like, oh, I make most of my money in this period of the day, I want to now focus in on this period of the day and I can avoid those other areas.
According to Commission, 12 EU member states have requested activation of national escape clause to boost defense spending.
So like you don't need to sit here the entire day, and I actually encourage you not to sit here the entire day. You should be looking at where you're successful and where you're unsuccessful, and you should leave during the periods that you're not. You should just completely avoid them, right? And focus in, and either you find a trade in that period that you have seen past success, or you don't, and that's fine. If no trade happens on the day, no trade happens on the day. There's no setup, there's no setup, right? But limit your time to periods where you've actually shown that you have edge, and avoid the other areas. Don't sit here all day, please. You're gonna overtrade. Later, Izzy. That's crazy, kids. All time frames, big. Please, you're consistent. Have you considered maybe inversing your original idea? Become the most profitable trader of all time. How else can one gain experience when you don't recommend to watch the market all day? How else can you gain experience? Because you can review. The days are recorded every day, right? So what you can do is okay, so here's the first step that you do is you go into a doc, you look and you backtest setups, you find setups that you understand, you write them down, you take screenshots, and you find examples of them every single day. You go back and you look for these setups. You find examples, you create a plan, you save them into a private Discord, you do whatever you need to do. You put them on your personal computer, whatever is going to work for you. You create a catalog of trade ideas, right? And then you go back and you review and you look for those setups in your time period. That's literally it. That's all you do is you just go back and you review. You watch how the price action played out, you find your setups,
and you find examples over and over and over again until you've created a bank of trades and ideas that you like and that you are able to grade in your head based off of, is this an A plus setup? Is this a B plus setup? By seeing them over and over and over again. You will see common price action or what am I trying to say? You will find examples that happen over and over and over again, and you will start to be able to gauge the quality of said setup, right? And what kind of risk you're willing to put on. And when you start to see those things, you play them. It's really that simple. And if they don't happen, if none of your setups show in the period of time that you're allowing yourself on the day, it's fine to not trade. Like, you really need to be in that mindset that, like, you aren't missing out if you're not staring at the screen all day. You will form an addiction if you sit here all day looking for a trade. It is going to hurt you more than help you. You need to be fine not trading. So even if you are going to sit here and watch markets all day, that's fine, but you need to be able to sit on hands and wait for something that actually makes sense and has a higher probability of playing out than just randomly closing your eyes and hitting buy or sell, right? And that requires review and planning. Sitting here all day and watching the market is not going to give you experience, right? Just like watching someone else play a sport doesn't give you experience in the sport. It doesn't teach you how to play. And if you continue to watch someone else do something, or you're just watching the market randomly go up and down, like, you're not learning anything from that because you're not practicing with intent. It's all about practicing with intent. So going into it with a specific goal, looking for a specific setup, and then practicing said setup is what you need to be doing. It's the only way you're going to get better. Staring at the DOM all day when you don't have an understanding of what order flow is or what you're looking for is not helpful to you. It's only hurting you. Right? You need to practice with intent. So if your goal is to be like, I want to be able to spot a reversal, then like on a day, like, okay, sick. Like, what are the components of what a reversal looks like, right? Mark them. Write down the steps that you need to see for a reversal to be considered real. Now look for that criteria on said day. That's your goal for the day, is I'm only going to play reversals. I want to be able to spot it on the DOM. I want to be able to spot it on the footprint, and I want to be able to spot it on price action. What are the variables for each one of those that need to occur for me to be able to see them? And then only play that thing for that day, right? Or that week. But practice with intent. And you can do the same things in market review, right? Like, TradingView offers the ability for you to just literally go back in time and watch previous price action, right? Like, I can take this day and I can scroll like this and I can click here. Oh shit, it's not. Wait, I just lied. There's no market replay on footprint. I do this, right? I scroll out. Holy lag, what just happened? Right, I just go like this. I close my eyes. We go to a random day. I say select bar. I have no clue what that price action looked at like for that time. And now when I go back to zoom in, I now can change my speed and I can look for setups. And we can play this out in real time. And I can look for what I want to see. I can watch for my setups. I can start to I can practice with intent, right? So you can do this off hours as well, but like, you need to have goals in mind. You have to have setups in mind of what you're looking for. And we can change the speed if this is way too quick. That's not a big deal. We can do a random date, a random bar. Like, all of these things are already built in. And if you don't want to use TradingView and you want more information, like, you can get the same thing on Tradeovate with real-time data with tick data on Tradeovate. Same thing, I think, at Sierra. Like, these tools exist for you to practice, and they're readily available. But like, have something in mind that you want to see and then watch it play out or not play out, right? The failure of something that you thought was going to happen is just as important, and marking why that didn't work. What didn't I see? Or what failed? And what can I do about that? Right? It's about being fluid. Half the time I play the reverse of like, oh, I wanted to see said action happen, but it didn't. So it's like, okay, well, what do I need to see now for my idea of where I thought buyers were going to be didn't work, and we shot through that level. What am I looking for in areas where if a bid didn't occur where I thought it was where like there was clearly liquidity here before, we flashed through it, and now we're retesting it. What does that mean for my idea? Should I be reversing it? What happens in previous examples where we flashed through liquidity, or we swept through liquidity where I thought we were going to see a very clear bid sustain? What do those situations look like when we sweep through and my idea is invalidated almost immediately, and then we come back and reoffer? How should I be playing that setup? Right? Like, to me, that's one of like the best trades that I have for a reactionary trade, right? A discretionary based trade. Just like, oh, that bid disappeared, and now our offer is sitting where I thought they were going to be. Let me reverse my position and look for a continuation down, because clearly something has shifted here, and I can see that sweep step in. But like, you're only going to have that that reaction and the willingness to like flip flop your trade idea if you've practiced the setup and you know what to look for, right? Like, again, it just comes back to practicing with intent and being like, okay, well, what happens in these scenarios? Because the more you practice, the faster your reactions are going to get, and you're going to actually be able to play these in real time. You're going to be really slow at first trying to find your setups and find the areas to execute, because you're not confident yet. And the only way that you're going to gain confidence is by practice, practice, practice. I cannot believe that we're still chopping here, by the way. Holy shit. Sorry, a bit ranty in this last hour, but I have no intentions of playing this range. Yeah, exactly.
So just a reminder, after the markets close, we get earnings from Microsoft, eBay, and Meta. With Microsoft at 4 p.m. Eastern Time and eBay, Microsoft expected or estimated EPS of $3.21, revenue estimate of $68.48 billion. Then eBay estimated EPS of $1.34.
Nah, this range is fine to scalp.
Revenue estimate of $2.55 billion. Then Meta at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, EPS estimate of $5.25, and a revenue estimate of $41.38 billion.
I never see a problem trading balance. It's just like, understand what you have. God, speaking is hard today. Just limit your expectations, right? It's balance, right? So like, make sure you're risking off into the highs, make sure that you're leaving a runner just in case, but like the edge to edge, right? Like, limit your expectations, don't look for breakout, don't buy the top, don't sell the bottom, right? Like, just like, if you're going to trade balance, don't half-ass it. Like, this is very playable if you're respecting our edges. Is it great trading? No, not really, but it's very clearly balanced. Testing into our 30 to 40 now. This is top of our range. See if we flip. 50 seconds until new 15s, 5 minutes till MOC. So this is the last 15-minute candle of the day. Yeah, it's super boring. But boring doesn't have to be bad. It just has to be objective. Like it just needs to be the you need to meet you just need to be objective about it. Yeah. As soon as you start to get emotional in like the middle of ranges, that's where you start fucking up. Right? You just have to let shit play. Ten seconds till new 15s. Trying to flip this 40. Need to be able to build over this. If we can close into this 30 to 40 and then see a new candle hold, could be good. The reverse of that is that if we pop back below 30s and then offer it, it should be a rotation back down to 80 very quickly. So we want to see this bid step in pretty aggressively here to try to maintain above this POC from our sell side at 35s. This ideally should give us a rotation up to like 570 here if we can hold this edge. This is ES into our value high, Russell into previous day value high, and ES into previous day POC. Might need to pull back here in a second, flag, retest our break of structure. We'll see. I think it's going to be dependent if ES and Russell are able to maintain higher lows here on retests. Pretty solid pivots. I'd like to see like a ES bid like 56.5, ideally at least. It's okay. Still pushing. Into our 70 now. From here, let's see our reaction. Offer sitting at 75. See if we can look over 80s and show interest. Should we go to like 610, 620 if we can show interest over 580? Build above this. Yes.
1 minute until we get the market on close imbalance data.
Yeah, the idea, Ty, was that we talked about how as long as 60 to 80 was maintaining as supportive, that the seller offside below was offsides below. and that any move over 530, 540 should lead to upside with that seller offside. That was the idea. Yeah, but the thing is like as long as we're maintaining that edge, then your first risk off is just top of range into 30, and then as soon as we bid and open above 30, 40,
Less than
as
10
long as that's
seconds.
maintaining, then you have upside. So like it's not too tight of a risk. Like you can play with a stop right below 60
Market on
and play
close,
off of the bid
imbalance.
of 80.
S&P 500 buy side 2.9 billion. Nasdaq 100
This is
buy
target
side
here, 620.
1.3 billion. Dow 30 buy side 1 billion, and Mag 7 buy side 1 billion.
That's full target. You've got a little bit more on ES as we push up into VPOC. I bet 588, but I think that your luck's kind of running out here. Potential to squeeze higher if we can start to show interest over 620, but I think it's going to require a bit more work. I think 590 is a really good target on NQ or on ES. Watching Russell into our edge here. This is previous day value high and our ETH high on NQ. Right, like, so this is what this looked like on footprint of why we thought this. Like, we have a very clearly identified range where this 30 to 40 here is this top of this news seller, right? That led to this downside move. And then we saw a very clear sell side get absorbed here. And so our edge becomes this 60. And like these guys are offsides as long as this bid is maintaining above. So we have this dip below, but then we have a bid now holding on retest our bottom of balance, right? Where this buyer was previously. So what we've done is that we've found a catalyst at our low, and now we're maintaining a higher low, right, for bids up. And as soon as we open on our new candle above this guy, right, above these sellers, we immediately pop, right? And this is just a balance trade. It's just a larger balance than what you guys are used to. But nothing's changed in the way that we look at this, which is this guy is offsides. And we don't look for more selling pressure until we offer below him, right? Because we know that this guy's offsides. So what we would need to see for sell side to be serious is like a very clear offer below, and then a secondary
Keep an eye
seller
on the
start to
S&P
really
500
hammer
turning
down here.
positive late. Last up 0.1%.
And this would lead
Dow
to a much
about
larger move
0.4%,
down.
and Nasdaq at down 0.3%.
What a squeezer. This is where we are absorbed yesterday into our 75.85. You should be fully risked off here, in my opinion. This is it. Our unfilled gap goes to 610 on ES, but this is previous day value high. Just move stops up much more aggressively as we approach into this. There's a bit more room on ES if it wants to go for the gap fill. But this again is where we absorbed yesterday, and it was our very clear top into end of day.
So this is with the Nasdaq up about 0.3%.
You're now in a balance between the 75.85 and our 25.34. It's really 15 to 25. This is your balance right now. This is a reclaim of yesterday's auction that we were trading in. So we can look for a bid to be pretty present here, and if they are, then we can rotate this. But if we step below 15 to 25 at any point, I expect downside. So just watch as we rotate back down into this low. What do I do? It depends. If the bid looks pretty solid and we've gotten our breakout, like there's not really a reason to look for again, like the whole idea is like as long as that 30 to 40 is maintaining, like you can play it. Like it's like we know that that sell side's sitting there. So as long as we're not falling back below, there isn't really a reason to think that we're going to rotate that previous range again. Your invalidation needs to be as soon as we pass back below, because you need to then flip script and then replay the range back down, right? Like if that 30 to 40 flipped offer again from a look above, then like I'm looking to sell heavily. But as long as we're opening and holding where that previous seller was, like I don't see a reason not to just play momentum up, because we know that the squeeze is likely. So you just kind of buy. As weird as that sounds. Like we know what's going to happen on a break of a very tight range that lasted an hour with an offside seller at our low, right? That's the difference. Is like we have the catalyst at the low, and we are now invalidating the short idea at the high. No, I totally get it, and that's fine. Like you don't have to take those kind of trades. So like again, like if you are unwilling to play the momentum setup, then you wait for setups like this, Kels, which is exactly what we talked about, which is like understanding our previous auction and where we are expecting bids to take place. If we know that this is a previous auction, we are looking for that pullback into this area. What can we see that happened into this 30 to 40? Well, this is where the POC of this candle is, and where this sell side got offsides, right, on this last attempt. This is where that bid flipped. So like I'm going to be looking for any sort of, when we start to see weakness here, I'm going to be looking for a pullback back to these kinds of areas where we saw a bit of a two-sided auction occur. And we can see that on footprint as well in this section. Like this on footprint, there's like 205 contracts that are potentially offsides here. Right, so like this is where we're then watching for that retest and bid back. If like the bid is going to maintain, I expect it to be here. So then that becomes your pullback for a continuation. There's not much here. You've got 2 minutes left. We're watching to see if this bid will hold this 75. Flip this if it can. We can keep going, but unsure. They are trying.
So just a reminder then, in about 10 minutes time, we get earnings from Microsoft and eBay. Microsoft EPS estimates for their earnings for Q3 2025. EPS estimate of $3.21, revenue estimate of $68.48 billion. Then eBay for their earnings for the Q1 2025 EPS estimate of $1.34, revenue estimate of $2.55 billion.
I do not have a lot of faith in the 75. They're tempting. But need to see a bit more. I'd like to see us step over 700s off of this move if we're real, or it's just going to be a lower high, and then we rotate down. Nice, man. Congrats. This 75 hold doesn't have legs until we pop over 700, or it's going to be a lower high and offer. Sell side really trying here. If they do this, we expect rotation through like that. That's target off the failure. Move stops down if you are playing that. I can't. It's way too volatile. Holy shit. All right. Well, this is Microsoft. I think we are expecting it. Do you want me to stick around for Microsoft? I'm sure they do well. I have no. Microsoft is such a good company. Chill. I am curious to see what they say about their cloud because Amazon was having some issues with their cloud with AWS. I wonder if Microsoft is doing this, having the same problems where they are like have way too much capacity and the demand is going down. Yeah, no, I'm closed. I just played the short off of the failure at 75s for rotation into 40. That was an easy one. Yeah, it's the one that always screws you.
Seems here Microsoft earnings coming through now.
It's like, oh, we got the
Third
bid where we
quarter
wanted,
EPS
but like
$3.46.
offer's still pretty sticky.
That's beat on the estimate of $3.21. So Microsoft third quarter revenue $70.07 billion, a beat on the estimate of $68.48 billion.
Microsoft is such a behemoth, man.
Microsoft's third quarter cloud revenue $42.4 billion.
So they beat their earnings per share, their EPS by 7%, revenue growth beat by 2%. EPS up year over
And
year
Microsoft's
by
third quarter Azure
18%.
and other cloud rev, excluding FX, plus 33%. Beat on the estimate of plus 31%.
Revenue up 13% year over year. EPS up 7% quarter over quarter. Revenue up 1% quarter over quarter. Huge.
So Microsoft earnings coming in early, but beating estimates though. After third quarter revenue beats estimates, up about 5%.
We have Meta as well.
So also seeing Amazon following Microsoft shares higher after earnings, up 2%. Did see Qualcomm shares falling 4% post-market after the results and forecast. So also seeing Microsoft's third quarter intelligent cloud revenue, 26.8 billion, a beat on the estimates of $25.99 billion.
And the cloud seems to be doing well still. It's great. Wonder what their guidance will be.
eBay are coming through now with an adjusted EPS of $1.38. It's a beat on the estimate of $1.34. Net revenue $2.6 billion, a beat on the estimate of $2.55 billion.
What is going on?
So seeing also Meta coming through as well. Meta sees second quarter revenue of $42.5 billion to $45.5 billion, compared to the estimate of $44.06 billion. The adjusted EPS of $6.43, a beat on the estimate of $5.25. Also, their Meta's first quarter revenue of $42.31 billion, a miss on the estimate of a beat on the estimate of $41.38 billion. So again, revenue $42.31 billion, a beat on the estimate. Also, Meta sees full year 2025 tax rate of 12 to 15%. So Meta shares gaining 3% after first quarter EPS and sales beat estimates. Meta View included additional data center investment to support AI effort. Meta's first quarter operating income of $17.56 billion, a beat on the estimate of $15.52 billion. They expect, as said, their second quarter 2025 total rev to be in the range of $42.5 to $45.5 billion.
All right. Still waiting for Meta's stuff to get posted. It's not been yet.
Meta sees fiscal year total expenses of $113 billion to $118 billion. They saw $114 billion to $119 billion.
What the hell?
So also Meta sees fiscal year capex of $64 billion to $72 billion. They saw $60 billion to $65 billion, beating the estimate of $59.27 billion.
I would be really surprised if Meta was able to get over 600. I think that that's kind of the magnet. Oh yeah, like we got such a huge shelf above based off of this. Let me turn this on. We basically just filled this LVN. You see what I'm saying? We've got this shelf up here. We see interest over 600. Its Meta can really fly. But until then, this 580 to 600 seems like pretty harsh resistance. If we pop over that tomorrow, it could be huge. Give us some legs for the market. All right. Well, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. Not really much else to say. All three ERs were just done. Hopefully, we have a bit more action tomorrow. Balance was fine today, but a little boring. Plus, I had to listen to Trump speak for 3 hours. It's never fun. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. If you have any questions or if you want to review anything, just let me know. Peace.